What's up, cool people? How are we all doing today? It has been a little while. In fact, about, I don't know, 2 weeks or maybe more like a week and a half. Yeah, I guess it's been 2 weeks since I last streamed. I was away on a trip for about a week and a half. But, yeah, so, long story short, I was away visiting family, but I'm sure people will ask about that later. Anywho, so, long story short, I'm gonna get into some PowerWash Simulator, and you can come enjoy the, what some might call oddly satisfying process of cleaning up a bunch of things. Or we can hang out, chat, talk about what's going on, what I did while I was away, what might be coming up soon. But yeah. In any case, I guess that's about all that is going to be going on with this stream. Figure I'll ease back into the stream schedule. Although I was this close to trying to do a recording session on Thursday. Speaking of which, that might be when I bring back what used to be the chill summer stream kind of idea. But we'll see. Anywho, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and run the obligatory early Twitch ad break and then get into the game in the meantime, and then we can just kind of get rolling with things. Alright. Meanwhile, not 100% sure if that's the best spot for the webcam in this game. If it's not, I will move that in a little bit. But anyway. Oh, man. So yeah, I was away for really just a little over a week. Not even that close to a week and a half. And basically I was visiting my family up in Pennsylvania, primarily because my little sister graduated high school. I think I was working on one of the bonus jobs. Yeah. I forget if I actually get money. I think I do get money for these, but I also don't think they count towards these, like, star requirements and whatnot. Or maybe they do. Let me see what has been completed. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. No. So it's just these ones in the career mode that count towards that. Which is why that's generally the thing to focus on. Alright, so I could clean a fire station, a skate park, or a forest cottage? Why not start off big here? I'm hoping this won't, like, undo my progress on the, like, bonus job. I don't think it will, but, oh well. I wasn't, like, that far along in it anyway, so not a big deal even if it does. Okay. Let's get things rolling here. Or washing here? I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, with my little sister's graduation, I mean, I flew up there a couple Tuesdays ago, although it was... Oh, hold up. Is there game music to... Hold up. Let me check the game settings, because I don't necessarily want to have... I don't necessarily want to have game music and my own music mix going at the same time. Audio. Master water. UI. There's some ambience, but... it does say music in there. Okay, well, I can pause the regular stream music then. Keep that on standby for when I'm maybe doing a little break from the game. Or stepping away for a moment. Anywho, okay. First things first, I am going to attempt to do this stuff, air quote, the right way. And I'm only saying the right way relative to how I was always taught to clean things growing up, which is top to bottom. There's got to be a way of doing this that's a little smoother than that. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, I realize I kind of broke off my train of thought in the middle of it, but I'll get back to that in a bit. I figure I'll talk about the game a little bit first, though. So, I don't know if you've noticed, but I pretty much always do the majority of the cleaning with the, I think this is the 15-degree nozzle. So let me check that real quick. Nope. How do I check? That's the liquids. That's the nozzles. Yeah. I typically use the 15-degree nozzle for the vast majority of stuff. Because, like, it's got a little bit of spread, but it's still also strong enough that it gets a lot of things. Although, if I'm up pretty close, the 25-degree here also seems to do a pretty good job. Maybe I'll use that for now. Shoot, why not try and go with the widest that it'll actually let me use here and still get away with it, so to speak. That should reduce the cleaning time on the whole. Yeah, I mean, generally the strategy is, okay, go over stuff with somewhat of a wider nozzle, and then, you know, as needed, go back with a thinner, I guess that's the right word, with a thinner angled, but, you know, stronger nozzle. So anyway, so yeah, I was up in Pennsylvania visiting family, attending little sister's graduation ceremony and party 2 days later. Flew up on Tuesday, although it wound up being very late Tuesday that I actually got there. Because my flight was initially supposed to leave from Dallas at like a little after 4 o'clock. Then, you know, as I was driving up to the airport, I got a thing that said it was delayed like half an hour. Okay, no big deal. Half an hour is not a big issue. So then I got there and it was like, okay, 4:30 flight time. I'm fine. I'm through security, all that kind of stuff. Ready to get on the plane whenever. But it got delayed again. And again. And again. When all was said and done, the flight got delayed like 3 hours. Pretty much. I was, we didn't actually depart until 7-something p.m. So yeah, that was not the best start to my trip. But I guess it could have been worse. Well, and then, okay, with the flight being about 3.5 hours, plus, you know, time zone change, so I think then the plane landed at like about 11 o'clock Eastern time. And then there was still, you know, an hour drive, or more accurately, ride for me from the Philadelphia airport to my family's house. So yeah, that was a lovely experience. Okay, so the little walls here count separate from the red part. Duly noted. Okay. Now I can stand upright again and work on the main roof area here. So anyway, got to my family's house real late Tuesday night. In fact, didn't even actually get to the house until it was technically extremely early Wednesday. But yeah, anyway. And then a couple days later, had my sister's graduation ceremony. A couple days after that, had her party. And otherwise, I was up there just kind of chilling. If you paid much attention to my social media pages and my YouTube, you'll know that I was still posting videos and stuff, including some short videos throughout the week, slightly over a week, because I flew back, you know, the Wednesday after the ceremony and the party and all that. Which, as of this moment, would have been this past Wednesday. In case that wasn't clear. the flight back here had none of the issues that the flight to Philadelphia had. So, that was nice. In fact, oh my gosh, so even just the in-flight experience was vastly different. Because on the way there, I had, you know, I had I had two older people sitting in the rest of the row. I had the window seat. They had the middle and aisle seats. I think they were married, but I'm not 100% sure. I didn't, like, talk with them a whole lot. Partially because I was sort of tired getting on the plane, wanted to take a bit of a nap, so, you know, we took off, and after that settled down a little bit, maybe even partway through all that, I took said nap and was asleep. And then got to, I don't know, about an hour and a half into the flight. They started serving refreshments. Sure, cool, great. The older folks in the row, that's when things started becoming a little bit of a bother, or shortly thereafter anyway. The lady out of the pair had little too much gin and tonic, it seems. And apparently, at least from what I could tell, got herself drunk. The man that was there, who I want to say was her husband. I'm not 100% sure about that, though. Anyway, the man, after a couple rounds of gin and tonic, decided she probably should be cut off from any more. And then she spends pretty much the entire rest of the flight complaining in some way or another to him, mostly about him cutting her off. So yeah, that was my in-flight experience from Dallas to Philadelphia. On the reverse of that, going from Philly to Dallas, the only kind of sort of thing that was worse about it was that I was in the very back of the plane. So, no real reclining option. However, otherwise, when everybody got settled, I had the entire half the row to myself. So, nobody next to me, middle or aisle. And, yeah, there also were no delays at all to that flight. Somehow. So, yeah, much better in-flight experience coming back to Dallas than there was going to Philly. But anywho, so then I got back to, you know, my apartment here, kind of early evening, I'd say. Went out, got some groceries, because I needed groceries, trust me. I had hardly anything in my fridge or freezer upon my return. Where did that put the ladder? Okay, down there. Good, that's fine. Now I'm going to clean the side of this thing. Ugh, okay. This part's a little bit dodgy, hoping I don't fall down in the middle of trying to get this. Yeah, there's some stuff on this particular structure that is a little bit more baked on, you might say. So going with the 25-degree nozzle instead of the whatever the other, the white option is there. 40, okay. Looks like I might need to up the intensity a little bit. Seems like there's some rust on the metal walls here. Some just got cleared. Yeah. Geez, seems like not even the 15 degree is working. But I will try and finish off the door at least with the 15 degree. And then, yeah. All this rust I'm going to have to hit with the super high powered. Technically, I could use the, there's like a metal cleaner solution that I could use to make all this rust easier to get off, but that costs money, and I want to save my money for whenever I can actually just get higher powered washer and extensions and all that kind of stuff. Because I think I'm only using the second level, like, power washing machine thing. This is going to take quite a while to do like this, but oh well. Right, that's the... I was like, wait, where's the button that shows the dirt? There it is. Anyone else who happens to play this on Xbox, the button you need is right on the D-pad to show the dirt. That is an absolutely crucial thing that... okay, so I'll confess, before I ever even played PowerWash Simulator myself, I saw a couple of videos from at least Markiplier when he played it, and yeah, that was a critical element that pretty much everybody watching realized he was missing. And I'm pretty sure I saw repeated comments on the matter on those videos. But anywho. So, like I said, back in Texas, done with my trip. I don't really have any other trips planned for the moment. Wow, really? I hardly had to do anything with the graffiti there. I'm a little surprised. Pleasantly so, but a little surprised. No! Darn it, I fell. So there is actually a running option here. You just have to push in the left joystick on Xbox. No clue how they would try and do... No clue what button or key they might try and assign that to if somebody were to play this on PC. But anyway. Yeah, no other trips planned currently. I might go back up to visit my family sometime around the holidays. Not sure I necessarily want to be away for an entire month plus to hit the whole holiday season. I mean, I could maybe do that. Not like, well, nah, I'd probably have some things around here that I should still be actively involved with for the most part. So, assuming I do go up there for the holidays, it would probably just be like a week or two, sometime around Christmas to New Year's, probably. Or like just Thanksgiving, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta actually clean the ladder itself there at some point. But let me focus on the wall here first. Oh yeah, and that thing. Which I probably totally missed the, like, exterior edge of. I'll get that after this wall here, maybe. But anyway, for now I'm back in Texas with no further official travel plans. Given that it is summer, though, there are some things that I will have more time for. And due to that, I might be bringing back something resembling the chill summer streams that I did last year, except I already have regular, like, chill streams on Saturdays with the current schedule, so I mean, either I will still kind of do them the same as last year and just be playing a different game. Like, last year I think pretty much all of my summer streams were with me playing Relicta, which, for those of you who don't know, is a first-person, three-dimensional puzzle game. Rated M, though, because there is language, strong language, within the story moments. So the two thoughts I have going around in my head for possible Thursday, it would probably be Thursday morning streams in the summer, because, well, morning because there's at least a little bit of time in the evenings that I'm going to want to hop on over to church and, like, help prep stuff for the following Sunday morning. Not quite sure how I want to tackle this. I don't want to get myself too far out on the edge here. Okay, hang on. Nope, that doesn't even hit everything. Well, hooey. Anyway, so yeah, Thursday mornings, I'm thinking about adding another stream to the weekly schedule just for the summer. And those ones, again, will either I'll go back to Relicta and play that, or I might end up kind of shaking things up a little bit for those, and those might actually turn into recording sessions for specifically, like, game review videos. That particular format seems to be, even though I don't do it a whole lot, that seems to be one of the more popular video formats that I do. And I have a lot of games that I've played through. Well, at least a fair number of them. There's a good number of games that I've played through, even done, like, you know, Let's Play series of, but never fully reviewed them because of doing the Let's Play series, and then just kind of leaving some closing thoughts, you know, as, like, credits are rolling or whatever for a particular game. That's not necessarily the same thing, though. So, as has kind of been suggested, I'm thinking I'll go back through the games that I have completed and done, like, Let's Plays of, and just go back and do focused reviews on those. So yeah, those are the two things I'm thinking of maybe doing with possible extra summer streams. I guess I probably already got that side. Okay. So, that's... I mean, otherwise, I think the stream schedule will pretty much remain unchanged. Now, I don't know, I might go back and forth a little bit on days that I do game reviews and whatnot, because I was also thinking, after I finish up pretty much all the jobs that aren't just, like, repeats of others in this game, I kind of figured I might also add the game review aspect as a potential thing to do with these Saturday streams. But there's still a fair amount of this game left to go, I think. Even with just the career stuff, I mean, I don't recall exactly how many stars that it showed was the maximum. But I'm pretty sure it was more than double, maybe even more than triple what I've gotten already. So, quite a bit. And that's just the career stuff, never mind the bonus jobs. Because the bonus jobs do earn you money in the game, but they don't get you the stars. Which, you need more stars to unlock more of the bonus jobs that also earn you money. So, yeah, anyway. Still have quite a ways to go with this game, which is why I thought maybe for some of the summer streams I would oh, hey, how's Tricks? What do you mean, how's Tricks? What? Narrowly missed out on another RV today. Thing was uglier than a chihuahua chewing a wasp. Anyway. Honestly, that text font size was a little bit small. Not the easiest for me to read from the slight distance I am from the TV. Anywho. So, given how much is still left for me to do in this game, I figured that's a big reason why I might incorporate some game reviews into the extra summer streams. Hello, Victoria Scarlet. Welcome to the stream. How are you? How's my day streaming going? Streaming's fine. Getting back into the groove. Been away for a couple of weeks because I was on a trip, visiting family and whatnot. But, yeah, things are good overall. By the way, in case you don't know, and well, I guess it is kind of in the chat history, but I might as well say it anyway. So my name's Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. Long story short, I'm just a random Christian guy playing random games, trying to connect with random people, and maybe help answer their random questions. If it's about God, great. If not, hey, I'll take those questions too. How long... When you say how long am I here on Twitch, mind clarifying that a little more, like, how long do I plan on streaming today? How long have I been streaming on Twitch as a whole. Like, what exactly do you mean by that? But, as far as today, I have not been on long. How is it? How is it going Twitch? Oh, you mean like just saying hi to anybody else that might be in the chat? Or viewing or whatever? Yeah. Hello, anybody else there. But, I do have a Discord. If you would like to join, you can do a !Discord command, and it'll give you the link there in the chat. As far as how streaming on Twitch in general is going, I mean, it's been fine. No major complaints from me. Could I have more viewers? Yeah, sure. But I'm not, like, you know, really that hard, you know, pressing into, oh yeah, I really gotta get a whole bunch of viewers and stuff. The username? My username is the same as the channel name here. I go by that Random Christian Gamer on both. I forget if it might just say random, like without the that. Might just say Random Christian Gamer on Discord. I'm not 100% sure on that. I will say I had somebody recently hit me up on Discord asking if I wanted, like, an editor for any video stuff, and I was like, grand scheme of things, yeah, maybe I would want one, but as of this moment, less so, because I definitely don't think I could afford having an editor for much. Also, I have other people I'm already currently connected with who, like, if I really wanted an editor for things, I would probably hit them up first. Sent you a friend request, check it. Okay, I will... Tell you what, I will take a look at that right here real quick. Opening up Discord app. Okay. I do see the request. Accepted. Pretty sure you could have messaged me either way, but... Anywho. Alright, Alright, this is where my idea of going top down for the whole structure might kind of fall apart. Yeah, I had somebody kind of like join the Discord server that I have send me a friend request and message me about editing stuff all at the same time. And with all due respect, that's usually a sign of somebody just trying to make a quick buck off of someone. And especially since they asked if I wanted help with editing anything, honestly, I'm not sure I even really responded, because the timing with which they did all that was like right before I was gonna take my trip. So, I had other things on my mind. And that kind of got put on the back burner. But still, on the whole, I was generally not inclined to partake in their services. In large part because they seemed a little suspicious, especially hit me up with all that at the same time, not even introducing themselves first. Respectfully, I'd rather not completely disrupt the stream just to check messages and stuff on Discord. I will look into it after the stream, though, if that's alright there, Victoria. I mean, if you got something big and serious going on, like you want to talk about, you know, life struggles or anything of that sort, then feel free to generically let me know, and that I'm willing to pause the stream for. But aside from that, not entirely sure that I want to. Just sent me the message. Alright. Let's see how well. I will take a quick look at it just because this is a casual stream and there's not like a ton of stuff going on here. So, real quick. Okay. I do see the message. Again, I might get back to you on that after the fact. For that particular request, I will admit it's probably going to be a no from me. I did just recently have some stuff done and didn't exactly have the best experience with that artist, so forgive me if I'm a little hesitant and or skeptical. And again, kind of like with the editing thing, I have some other people that I know or am already connected with that I would maybe try and contact first. No disrespect to you or your abilities or anything like that, but yeah, I have to have some level of filtering who I do and do not, you know, accept these inquiries from, or who I reach out to for these kinds of things. Because otherwise, I'll just have any old person doing anything for me and can quite easily get scammed. Yay, modern internet era. So anyway, it's been nice seeing you here, Victoria, but like I said, thinking that particular thing's gonna be a no from me. You got anything else you want to talk about, though, while you're here? I am probably down for that. Just let me know if you got any other questions or thoughts or ideas or whatever. Alright, I'm trying to get this big roof section here cleaned off, and I'm not totally sure I'm doing this in the most efficient way possible, but I feel like if I use a wider nozzle, it's going to miss even more stuff. Some of this looks kind of, quote-unquote, baked on, as the phrase might go. So I really try not to do a whole lot of, like, rapid back and forth movements, especially while I'm streaming this. But at times it's just like, oh man, I missed a little bit there, or like, I didn't quite get that little bit of dirt, or whatever. And really, I'm 30% done on the whole. I mean, it's been probably about 45 minutes that I've been playing this. This isn't exactly a small job, so I guess that seems reasonable enough. I don't know. Something had me thinking maybe I wouldn't be so far along. Probably also because I was not keeping track of the time at all. Nor in all likelihood will I be, for the most part. So I do wonder a little bit with these percentages that it shows. Like, is that really total amount of dirt cleaned? Or is that just like, alright, well, you're about this far done with this surface, and that surface makes up this percentage of it, so, you know. I'm wondering, like, how precise are these percentages here? So I hope it doesn't bother anybody that I'm not exactly going in like very uniform lines. I guess if I were really trying to, you know, power wash, clean this outright in the most, like, realistically efficient way possible, not only would I be going top to bottom, but I'd probably be going inside to out as well. So I wouldn't, well, thing is, inside to out also means that, like, if I got all this stuff before the walls, then I wouldn't necessarily be going top to bottom either. I don't know. Anyway. And I think just since I've started working on this particular surface, just the garage roof here, the cleaning percentage has gone up at least 5%, probably more like 6 or 7, I think. Because I hadn't even mentioned the percent that I was at overall until a little bit of the way through cleaning the roof. Alright, this is where I might just kind of start doing a little back and forth sort of deal, more like this. Instead of going around the whole kind of spot, whatever you want to call this giant area, clump, dirt, pile thing. And as you can tell, I may not exactly have the steadiest of hands, at least when trying to, you know, control a moving object. And we're at 38%. 39. So, yeah, it seems like just the garage roof here takes up about 10% of the total cleaning effort. Or maybe I should say that it counts for about that much of the total cleaning effort. But that should be the entire roof of this whole structure here taken care of. Now, I think I will take this ladder. I might actually just put it... might put it there for now. Still didn't quite get all of that. Okay, but now it's all on the other side of where I would put the ladder. At least most of it is on the other side of where I would put the ladder here. Okay, so now this side here, it seems to count as the same object thing. Alright, come on. Place the ladder. I am pressing. Okay, it's highlighted. I press down on the D-pad. There we go. That's how it's supposed to work. Alright, and then I go down, move the ladder over this way a bit. And trying to get some of those spots up there at the top level that I missed before. And maybe some of this middle area here. Oh yeah, so for sure things that should be coming up. Not so much like stream schedule or format changes or anything like that, or any additional stream times or the like. However, couple of maybe visual changes you might notice in the near future. Number one, I ordered some posters. Got the okay from my landlord. As long as I use just like little thumbtack type things that are only going to put rather small holes in the wall. Then I can put some posters there and not have him be mad at me. Okay, does the underside of this thing count too? I'm trying to focus on the red portion of this. Sure hope this extension is helping quite a bit. I'm getting a lot of the wall right now, and that's not... Okay, good. That part's done, yay. So now I guess I can focus on the upper wall here. So yeah, I should be getting some posters. When I placed the order, it said they would come in Wednesday. So that means they still definitely will not be in place for Tuesday's stream, but any after that, they might be. I ordered... It was a total of either 4 or 5 posters. I want to say it was 4 posters of slightly differing sizes. But all for about, like, $50. So I'll be putting those on the wall that is currently behind me. You know, the one that's in view of the webcam. And ad break. So I will hold off on other thoughts related to that for a few minutes here. Oh wait, no. Ad break isn't here yet. That's just the warning for when it's coming up. Okay, never mind. So... So yeah. Ordered posters. Those should be going up fairly soon. And then also... At a moment that will be a little bit more up to my own timing, decision, discretion, whatever. I did also get the okay to hang a blackout curtain over the door that is mostly glass. That is letting a lot of the light in that you currently see in the room. Want to get a blackout curtain just so that, you know, there might actually be a little more variety in the lighting situation. And it's not just natural light from outside dominating everything the whole time. I believe the way in which I am allowed to do it is basically just using like some really small, well, not really small, but like small-ish hooks that I could maybe put in the wall, or even like the door frame, kinda. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna add an extension here so I can get some of this stuff a little better. Yeah. Okay. Down the ladder. Come on. There we go. I'm like, I pressed down. Why do you not do the thing? back to the stubby gun without the extension. Alright, wall is done. Good. Window, glass, and frame, done. And at least I should be able to mostly get the top of this overhang thing. Alright, ad break coming in hot. Alright, so that pretty much does it for that stuff, because I think... Whoa. Missed a bunch of dirt there. So I think sort of like the upper level, I gotta go over here to the side to really get everything. You know, I suppose if somebody was actually going to, you know, power wash a whole building like this, they would, after finishing the roof, probably just go one side of the building at a time. Not like what I'm doing here, where I'm basically wrapping around the entire structure. And doing all of it top to bottom like that. Rungs on this ladder, or even just the ladder in general, can be a little bit in the way when I'm trying to do this. I don't necessarily like that, but there are ways around it, at least eventually. Once I get the bulk of what I need to on this part of the wall, then I can just hop back off the ladder and use some of the extensions to get whatever's left. Whoa! Or it'll just be done like that. That's cool too. Not gonna argue with that. Okay. And that's an entirely separate thing. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay. Okay, so that little upper lip of the roof is now done. This little red part should probably be done here soon. Maybe I need to get the underside of it a little better. Yeah, okay. Garage cladding is what they're calling that. Okay. So yeah, like what I'm doing right here, going around the building, is probably not something you would see an actual professional power washing person do. They would probably just get one side of the building all at once and then move on to the next side of the building. That's also, I think, a little more like how I've done some of the previous jobs in this game. But I decided I wanted this one to be different, where I'd just go top to bottom, basically as much as I could for the entire structure. So now I'm trying to pretty much finish off the garage cladding over here on this side. Okay. There's a little... Oh, wow. Okay, so the cladding trim is an entirely different thing, though. Interesting. Alright, well, let's try and get this trim here, then. Oh, yeah. Lots of dirt that was missed right around here on the why are you not getting clean? There we go. Use the 0-degree nozzle for you. Okay. Cladding trim is done. Going for the rest of this overhang next. Alright, where's... Oh. Because it's the whole overhang that wraps around, like, most of the building. See, but if there are larger portions of a building that are still considered the same general thing, then that kind of sort of means you actually don't end up needing to do as much. Because it'll generally, like, after you hit a certain percentage of a certain part of an object, then it'll be like, okay, it's close enough, you're done with this now. And of course, then the larger the item or section or whatever is, the more that you don't necessarily need to do to hit that same percentage. I don't know why I suddenly started going up and down there. Okay, what am I missing on this fixture here? Is it going to make me get underneath it like this? There we go. Spotlight done. Okay, window frame is done. Actual glass part of the window is done. So now I just focus on the wall here. Might as well go ahead and get the side of that while I'm at it. Actually, here's a thought. Just keep it like this. Get the extension out a little bit. Yeah, so there's this mode that you can do where, like, not every movement necessarily, you know, shifts the entire viewing angle or whatever you want to call it. Holy cow, that's still a lot of stuff. Okay, let me exit that mode there. Wowos, hello. How are you? Nope, doggone it. I occasionally get the left D-pad and right D-pad buttons mixed up with which does which. Whoa, okay. See, like, there was still quite a bit of that wall left to go, but it was like, nope, you've done enough of the wall, you're done. Okay. Was doing better for a while, but feeling a bit under the weather again. Ah, bummer. Like, just common cold kind of stuff, or more like flu, or if you don't mind saying. I mean, either way, it's annoying at the very least. Not in terms of illness. Oh, like, mood-wise? Or, how, pray tell, are you under the weather, good sir? Or, actually, are you a sir? I'm not sure I ever officially established that. Maybe I shouldn't assume. Just mood, nothing really bad. Okay. Nothing really bad happened. Just, I mean, yeah, like, sometimes I find myself getting in moods, even when there isn't anything particularly bad going on. Usually it's me just getting stuck inside my own head, overly concerned about things that may or may not even actually be real, if that makes any sense. Female. Okay, I never really asked, so that's not exactly on you for not having said that either. I just realized I was, like, wanting to call you sir, but was like, wait, was that ever officially established? And turns out, it's a good thing I double-checked. Okay. I'm working on cleaning up this whole firehouse building thing. I am apparently, according to the indicator in the top left there, I am 51% done. Also, I'm just realizing, webcam is covering up a little bit of stuff, but it's not, like, super important information. Just the, amount of money that I've earned from this job so far, and the star rating, which I think is pretty much always 5 stars, as long as you complete it. Maybe in some of the other, like, challenge modes, it won't be 5 stars. Like, if you don't meet certain conditions and stuff. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. I was like, what is left on this wall that I need to clean? Also, this thing right in here. Seems like it wants to be a bit stubborn. There we go. Okay. Back to this. Got this game to try and make a friend happy, and then they cut me out a couple weeks after I bought it. Ah. That stinks. I'm sorry about that. Sorry you went through that. I mean, not like I personally have any responsibility for it, obviously, but I think you catch my drift there. Yeah. Full disclosure, one could argue that the primary reason that I went with Xbox over PlayStation a couple of console generations ago was because of my friends and, you know, thinking we'd all be playing Halo together somewhat often. Maybe for a little while we did, but then, you know, we got into our college years and other things in life happened. We grew apart. Well, and then I physically moved away from most of the rest of them. And then, yeah, I guess just with the overall reduced level of personal contact, that also meant it just... we didn't really wind up playing games together as much as I had hoped. But I've still stuck with Xbox consoles since then, because I don't want to lose my whole collection. But really, devoid of that influence back in the Xbox 360, PS3 generation, it probably would have been more practical for me to go PS3, because for the most part, I'm more, you know, I'm more into RPGs and, you know, games in that general wheelhouse. I mean, I'll play most different types, but still, like, when my main reason for getting Xbox was Halo with friends, and that didn't really wind up happening so much, yeah, probably would have made a different decision if that wasn't the thought process right then. But, I mean, no big deal. There's, you know, there are still plenty of games to enjoy on the Xbox. It might not have some of the exclusives that PlayStation has, but, you know, a lot of the ones that I've really cared about have eventually gotten, you know, collections or remasters or whatever that have been made available. Like the Kingdom Hearts series, which should be coming to Steam here pretty soon, actually. But I also don't really use Steam, so that doesn't affect me terribly. Yeah, definitely would have been able to get some of those Kingdom Hearts collections earlier had I gone with PlayStation. And I guess some other game franchises, like there was one game series that was more like, I guess, turn-based strategy, similar to like a Final Fantasy Tactics sort of thing, or a Fire Emblem. There's a series that, like, the first two games in it were available on both Xbox 360 and PS3. But then the third one, they made PlayStation exclusive. Was kind of a bummer. But, meh, life goes on. Also, it's the type of game that I can thoroughly admit I was nowhere near going completionist on, because there's, like, tons of grinding that would need to be done for that. Just level grinding, item grinding, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Also, it's a game series that I'm not 100% sure how I feel about playing it on the channel. I mean, I'm fine with admitting that I have played some games here and there that have some slightly questionable material. I mean, language, I don't consider the biggest issue, although I generally try to avoid using it myself. Foul language, obviously, I mean. And, like, some games, especially those that come out of Japan, let's admit, they have some kind of, you know, fan service-y moments to them. And not like the, not necessarily just the pleasing the fans, more so in the way of, like, for lack of a better term, some kind of lewd content. Suggestive themes, I believe, would be the typical ESRB rating flag. Anyway, this game series, where the third one was not available on Xbox, definitely had some elements that fit into that category, not gonna lie. It was kind of like most of the actual battle gameplay was turn-based strategy, but there were also like dating sim elements to it. To be fair, that's not only Japan's problem now. Yeah. Touche. It's just, I guess Japan's a little more notorious for that. Or at least has been over the years more notorious for that. But anywho. So yeah, like, playing a game of that nature in my spare time, I don't necessarily take issue with. Not entirely sure how far I'd want to go with a game that has that kind of stuff on my channel. I mean, I don't exactly claim to be family friendly, so that's not the main issue. So I don't know. It's also something that I know a lot of people kind of struggle with in terms of, you know, things they know they shouldn't get into, but they do. So I'm not sure how much I want to possibly feed into that. And there's good stuff from Japan that's not dirty. Yeah. For sure. Like, especially with the plethora of game options out there. That's another reason why I, like, kind of hesitate to get much into games of that sort. Although, I don't know. I guess different people will draw their lines at different places. Some people would say that I shouldn't even do much with games that have foul language. Or shoot, like Borderlands. I think when I first started doing any internet content, any video-related internet content, that was the first series I started off with Borderlands. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just one of those things where, you know, I don't necessarily want to completely shy away from such things. I definitely don't want to say that they're, like, inherently outright bad, evil, or all that. But, like, there's a difference between that and, you know, putting it out there for the internet, essentially, like, setting an example, practically saying that, oh yeah, this is completely fine, no issue, go ahead and do it. Because for some people, it could be an issue. I don't know. It's a fine line kind of thing. I would like to think that even if I did that on my channel, that I would, you know, handle it in a mature and reasonably Christian way, but still, it's, especially when there are all those other game options out there, there's no need for me to dive headlong into things that are more questionable. Alright. We're at 62% now. Making progress. Okay, wall there's done. Looks like there's still a little dirt on the window frame here to get. So I've been trying, for this particular job, as much as possible to basically clean this structure from top to bottom. Like, in that manner, I mean, like, start at the top and then move downward. I think Harry Potter is not a big deal for most Christians, but I don't know. If you have a history of dabbling in the occult. Yeah. Yeah, there's some people that'll have reasons like that for not engaging in stuff, and I think that's, like, the most legitimate reason to try and avoid something. Like, if you have a past with it, and you're trying to stay away from that past, then, yeah, that's like the most legitimate reason you could have for wanting to avoid something. And then there's people on the other side of the spectrum who are just flat out strict because they think if they even touch the stuff with a 10-foot pole that it'll, like, affect them or whatever. Ran into one person who might have been like that. Yeah, those people are out there, probably. Can't say I personally have met any, although there was one time I was doing like an interview thing with a church for a youth ministry position, and while I was there, just kind of in the evening hours, we went into town to get some ice cream and stuff, and pretty close by there was some sort of what seemed like a gathering of, I don't know, Wiccans or whatever people like that. Never met anyone IRL who read Harry Potter and got into witchcraft. Yeah, that I don't think I've ever seen it work like that. But case in point, for people who are really strict about that kind of thing, some of my cousins actually, like, until they were at least teenagers, maybe even adults, were completely not allowed by their parents. You know, my aunt and uncle, they were not allowed anything Harry Potter. They were not allowed... Shoot, they weren't even allowed to watch Peter Pan because it involved magic of a sort. With, like, the pixie dust and, you know, the flying and Neverland being a sort of magical place where there's, like, no passage of time, and... yeah. Now, that branch of my family, they have been missionaries. So, like, I can also somewhat understand, from that perspective, wanting to hold themselves to a high standard in that regard. Did they have a rebellious period? The cousins of mine, not entirely sure. I only ever really saw them probably, like, once or twice a year, at most. So I can't say we really communicated enough for me to know if they ever had any kind of rebellious period like that. I mean, I'll confess, I had somewhat of a rebellious streak in my teen years. Although my rebellion mostly came out in the form of, like, you know, listening to music that I probably wouldn't have been allowed to by my parents, or things of that sort. And I'm sure it was kind of hard for them at times, also striking a balance between me and my older sister being 2 years older than me, and what my sister would potentially introduce me to, even if they didn't. Gotta get real close down in here now to... whoa, yeah. There's a lot of dirt. And it seemed like I didn't even need to get half of it. That was in between the grates there. I don't know. Anyway. Alright. Give me a sec for a sip of water. Oh, man. Yeah, so... like, I'd say it was mostly my older sister who kind of got me into, you know, rock music, especially certain newer rock bands. It actually started off mostly with, probably mostly started off with, like, Creed and Three Doors Down and the like. Then it shifted to, you know, a little bit heavier with, like, Linkin Park, and bands of that sort. And then eventually, even without any further influence from my sister, then I started getting into some even heavier stuff. Which, you know... nowadays, there's some even, like, Christian groups that are making, like, really, really heavy music like that. You might not even be able to understand the lyrics half the time, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily talking about something bad just because that's the style of music they do. Okay, I might have gotten this entire... thing here, this whole building, but there's still this to get. Which is why I'm not done yet. Oh, man. Alright. Let me, sit up here a little more. Oh, yeah, also, the fact that I can just, like, pick up and move this thing, I find a mix of confusing and hilarious. Alright, let me just set it there. we'll go up. The scaffolding. Hopefully this goes up high enough for me to reach the top of the building. Because if it doesn't, then I'm really not sure what to do. That's still kind of iffy. Come on. Let me up. I'm trying to jump here. It's not letting me jump. Okay. Maybe I need to add a stool to that. Fall damage check. There's no damage of any kind in this game. It's just power washing. Plain and simple. I can't run while I'm carrying a stool. I'm hoping that... oh, hold up. Maybe the scaffolding isn't how I'm supposed to get there. Maybe it's supposed to be from the inside? My plan was going to be scaffolding plus stool to get to the roof. But, maybe that's not necessary. This whole thing barely even has a roof. It's just open at the top. Other than this, I guess. Okay, well. Now that I'm here, time to get cleaning. And yes, stairs. So many stairs. The arch nemesis of Roombas and the like everywhere. Alright, so let's see here, what... Oh yeah. So it's like we were talking about people being strict or not about certain things. Yeah, although I don't know if there was a whole lot else that I had to say on that matter. Yeah, as far as strictness goes, my parents were definitely not the most strict out there. I know because of my cousins. But like, there are definitely some things that I got into, especially certain bands and whatnot, as a teenager, that like, I'm pretty sure if I had asked permission from my parents first, it would have just been an outright no. But especially once I got my driver's license, started making my own money at my own job and stuff like that, it was a lot harder for them to really control much of what I was purchasing. Had a friend who got into GTA during COVID. Started off like a normal Christian, now identify as trans and whatnot, but IDK. Seems like their family fell apart during the same time. Yeah, I would assume there's a lot more that went into the situation than just they played GTA and it made them, you know, transgender or something like that. Some people would want to make those false equivalencies, but... Or... Some people would falsely lay blame like that. But the vast majority of situations are more complex. Yeah. And I mean, shoot, there are some really good Christian rock bands in general. Maybe like the majority of them are not on the real heavy side. But I mean, you got bands like Skillet, 1,000 Foot Crutch, Red. You want to get a little on the heavier side, there's Demon Hunter. Plenty of others that also have come and gone that it's like they are definitely Christians, and even what they talk about in their music is Christian. It's just their music genre is rock. There's not anything wrong with that. Owl. Hoping you came in on something out of context to me. Because walked in partway through the conversation. Yeah, we've just been talking about people being various levels of strict when it comes to various topics, forms of media, other stuff like that. It is definitely a somewhat weightier topic, not just the most casual conversation ever, but it's nothing I would shy away from by any means. I don't know what part of it you came in on exactly. I could definitely see it being a bit awkward with the whole GTA portion of things. But feel free to chime in there, Owl. Okay, I came in on something that out of context sounded transphobic. Yeah, no, I certainly was not attempting or saying anything that I think would have come across like that. More so just talking about how some people come to conclusions that are, you know, like that. It started off more so talking about, like, even just with, I don't know, like, with things like Harry Potter. Some kids have really strict parents that wouldn't even let them watch with or engage in anything Harry Potter related. Which is on the tame side of things by comparison to, you know, the whole scope of what's out there. Alright, what am I missing from the stairs here? I guess there's the sides, kind of like this. I love Harry Potter. I actually got into it before even the first movie came out. Ah, so you were one of the early adopters who started off. I'm guessing you probably read all the books before their respective movies came out. I don't think all of the books were out before any of the movies released, but yeah, because shoot, I think I distinctly remember the way I wound up going through the series was, or at least what I did of the series. I didn't even actually, confession, I didn't actually even read or watch the whole Deathly Hallows part of the series. But as far as the rest of it goes, I watched, I think, movies 1, 2, and 3, then read books 4, 5, and 6, Also then watched movie 4, and I think that was about where I stopped with all of it. Was also the first person in town to buy both books 5 and 6. Yeah. I guess it was just kind of an unfortunate set of timing and circumstances for me personally, but like with when I got into the series, and it just, I guess I'm one of those people where if something gets like super massively hyped up, like well beyond how excited I am for something, then I tend to kind of like shy away from it a bit more. And the 7th book was just so massively hyped up, it seemed, by the people around me, that I was just like, there is no way that this is going to live up to these expectations. I get that people are excited, but, like, good grief. So yeah, I like I said, actually never wound up reading the 7th book or watching the, 2 parts for the movies. Because, I don't know. I guess, for the most part, it usually winds up starting off as wanting to wait for the hype to die down. But then usually it ends up, when all is said and done, being more like, well, either, okay, now I'll get into it, or I wind up kind of putting it on the back burner and never actually coming around to it. Both those times I queued up for 4 hours to buy them the second they went on sale. Okay. And nothing against people that were excited for it, by the way. Just, it's just, I guess that's more a statement on how I am, that whenever things get really, really hyped up, I get less interested in it. Unless I already am, like, super excited about it myself. Like, at this point, there could be, like, the biggest amount of hype in the entire world for Kingdom Hearts 4. That's not going to deter me, because I myself am excited for it at a pretty high level. Alright, hold up, were there any of these bits of railing here that, yes. What do I still need to get? Come on, there we go. Okay. I'm trying to mostly clean this stuff for this job from the top down. But I might have to just go back a little bit later and get the exterior. I really don't like when I have to go back around to these little bits of dirt like this, because they're hard to see, unless I keep spamming the one button on the D-pad. Anywho. Hogwarts house has always been Ravenclaw. Literally every quiz I've done sorted me into Ravenclaw. When you know, I guess. Like, I know there are some people that, like, they'll take different quizzes like that and get slightly different results. But then there are other types of people where it's just like, yep, you're definitely this. I'm pretty sure the few times I've taken anything like that, it either had me as a Gryffindor or a Hufflepuff. Maybe once it came Ravenclaw. So, like, I realize this will probably never be a thing, like, in the professional world, for lack of a better way to put it. But I almost wonder if there might be some things where that'll pretty much, like, people might make reference to, you know, Pottermore or, like, you know, house sorting type quizzes, and, you know, think of them, utilize them in a way like people do with Myers-Briggs or Enneagram or that kind of stuff. Could see me as a Hufflepuff. Yeah, I think it's... I mean, I can't say for sure that I know that much about the quizzes and, you know, why certain people get sorted into different houses to know for sure, but generally, you know, an emphasis on kindness and compassion, I think, will get a lot of people sorted into Hufflepuff. Especially if it's kindness and compassion in conjunction with, you know, doing things the right way, so to speak. But I guess that's also where the hint of Gryffindor comes in. That's supposed to be, I think, more, you know, kind of bravery, justice, and righteousness, for lack of a better word, kind of qualities. Hufflepuffs are trustworthy, loyal, hardworking, and kind. I think if you ask pretty much anybody to describe me, those words would be the most common. Deeply value friendship and justice. Yeah. That sounds like me, all right. I'll just be real on that one. W up. Yes, thank you. While it tends to not play a major role in the storyline of, like, the main Harry Potter series, that does not make Hufflepuff a bad house. In fact, you know, again, breaking down the known qualities and characteristics of the people that are in Hufflepuff. That's really one of the better houses. And, you know, there were a few decently significant characters that were Hufflepuffs. Cedric Diggory being a prime example. Ravenclaw traits are interest in learning, wisdom, wit, and intellect. Yeah, the intellect is where I guess you could say I've got a hint of Ravenclaw, but also pride themselves on being original in their ideas and methods. I guess maybe it's the originality of the, I don't know. Because some of that would have me thinking, okay, why wouldn't Hermione have gotten sorted into Ravenclaw? But she wasn't so much for wit, and not even necessarily a whole lot of thinking outside the box. So that's probably... Those are probably some significant reasons why she wouldn't necessarily have been a Ravenclaw. Anyway. Newt Scamander, the main character in Fantastic Beasts, is a Hufflepuff. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Come to think of it, I actually haven't seen any of those either. A lot of friends who are Harry Potter fans all say that you're such a Ravenclaw. I mean, it's not a bad thing. Like, there's supposed to be good qualities about all the different houses. Maybe slightly less so about Slytherin, but I guess Slytherin's qualities are more so... I guess it's just easier to have people with those qualities sort of, like, end up using them in some not-so-noble ways. First Fantastic Beast is good. Second one is questionable. Third is garbage. Okay. Slytherin isn't exactly evil, though. Just so happens that Death Eaters tended to be Slytherins. Yeah, and I think it's some of the typical Slytherin qualities that, like, sort of would more commonly morph into, you know, being used in some nefarious ways. Peter Pettigrew was a Gryffindor, though. Yeah, well, it's bad enough when you do bad stuff. It's even worse when you think you're justified in doing so. And I feel like that would be a bit of a Gryffindor mentality. But even just, like, the way that he seems in, at least the books, or, sorry, scratch that. At least in the movies, the way that he seems doesn't scream Gryffindor at all. Makes me wonder if it would be possible for somebody to be resorted at any given point. Movie portrayal was 100% accurate in the case of... Yeah, I mean... certainly no argument there. It just surprises me a little bit that he would have been a Gryffindor. Because the way that he's portrayed in the movies is a bit cowardly. Also kind of manipulative. But I don't know, I'm not that deep in the lore to really feel confident in coming to such conclusions. I feel like there's a lot of this tower structure that I have kind of missed as I've been going through, but there's also a lot of it that it seems to kind of clump together. That means I can be a little more loosey-goosey with this stuff. In the friend crew of Peter, Sirius, James, and Remus, Peter was the cowardly, weaker one that hid behind his braver, more confident friends. Yeah, so... I'm just kind of wondering what sort of Gryffindor qualities he would have had, because that definitely doesn't scream Gryffindor to me. Alright. Gotta try and get this graffiti off of here, probably. Well, I'm going to, whether or not I need to. Okay, I got most of it. There's a lot of little bits there that I wound up missing, but whatever. I'll keep moving on, and if I have to backtrack a little bit to clear this part of the structure, then I will. So, anyway, Owl, how have you been? I don't know if we really got to that, because you were joining in the middle of another conversation. I can tell you right now, it is getting to the time of year where Texas is just getting outright hot. Point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I was being a little stubborn and not running my air conditioner before I took my trip. But, yeah, after I came back, I'm like, nope, it's already a little hot out, and it's only gonna get worse. Air conditioner goes on. Alright, been kinda in a rut lately, pulled myself out of it. Had to deal with some toxic family members. That's never fun. Not really warm here, not complaining because I hate summer heat. Yeah. Texas would not be for you then, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, I realize I've been, you know, kind of fortunate with my family situation to not have to deal with anything too bad in any regard. Was my mom maybe a little bit overprotective when I was little? Yeah. But she also definitely wasn't the worst at that. And there hasn't been any, like, I don't know. Sorry, I almost missed a whole comment in there. It's Pride Month, so that's... don't really celebrate it in the mainstream way, because it no longer reflects my values. But me and LGBT plus friends have our own way of celebrating. Yeah, and I'm certainly not one to rail against Pride Month. It's a group of people that have been and still are significantly judged by multiple groups of people, and I definitely don't need to be adding to that. As for me and how I am, I'm pretty good. You know, I was away visiting my family for a little over a week. Little sister graduated high school, so I was there for both the actual graduation ceremony and then the party that we had afterwards, like a couple days later, I mean. Had a lot of time just catching up with people on what I've been doing lately, and yeah, on the whole was a pretty good trip. I kind of, you know, got myself mentally in vacation mode while I was there. Kind of didn't want to come back out of vacation mode, but, you know, gotta make a living somehow. Some outrageous, inappropriate behavior. People are the vocal minority. Gives all a bad name. There's quite a few in the community don't want to be associated with that and walk away. Yeah, like, it seems as though pretty much any movement or group of people or even religion or anything like that these days has a subsection that is quite extreme, and they just seem to kind of drown everybody else out because they decide, hey, I'm just going to shout my opinions louder, and that way you have to at least hear me. And I'm just going to clamor for attention by saying really ridiculous things. Some of which I might believe, but I might not even believe all of what I'm saying. I'm going to say it anyway to get attention. You know, add to that some if you're not for me, you're against me kind of mentality and things of that sort. It's like, yeah. Things these days be complicated, and a lot of the ways in which people try and handle those complicated things really only makes it worse. But some of those people came directly for women's rights. Yeah, I think you had talked about that before, and that's like, why? What reason would there be for that? I completely don't understand. It's not like women's rights are at all counter to or, you know, contradictory to, you know, other people's civil rights. Saying anything badly impacts women's rights on them. Yeah, like, I don't know. There's a lot about the modern cultural landscape and discourse and whatnot that I just do not get. I mean, I get that a lot of it comes down to a lack of tolerance and, like, narrow-mindedness and things like that, but I don't understand how people wind up with mindsets like that, I guess is what I mean. Okay, a couple of things got cleaned off there. Got checked off the to-do list, you might say. Okay, this, on the other hand, is going to take a little bit more effort and concentration. You know, for a second there, the way that that drawing looked, it was almost like they gave friggin' Mew from Pokemon a set of wings, which it totally doesn't need. I have the Croft Manor content of this game. I don't think so. I definitely haven't, like, gone and specifically downloaded any DLC or extra stuff for this game. This is the part that I really don't like, where I gotta... Okay, well, if it's gonna be that lenient with me, then never mind. It's not that bad. If Croft Manor doesn't have Butler Frozen Solid and Freezer as an Easter egg, it's a wasted opportunity. Yeah. I think we talked about that some point not too long ago. So I'm kind of debating on, you know, main thing that I want to do for the more chill streams like this in the near future. Every single Tomb Raider 3 player has figured out. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of sort of figuring out, or trying to decide what I want to do for some of these streams moving forward. I mean, this game's a good fallback, especially when I also want to just, like, update or, you know, just talk about things besides the game that I'm playing. But I don't know if I necessarily want to have this as like a main, a mainstay, I guess is the word I was trying to think of. Of course, while I'm going through at least certain Kingdom Hearts games, I won't be doing so much of those on the side, although, like, I did with Kingdom Hearts 1, probably will with 2, and 3 whenever I eventually get back around to that. But Chain of Memories doesn't really fit the format so much. Mostly because there's not a whole lot to do outside of progressing the story in that one. No opinion on this game, honestly. Jake does usually play it during Games and God. They're not watching the video instead. Yeah, so I'm thinking about going back to some games that I have previously played through and like haven't done reviews of, and just doing reviews of those games. Partially because, at least on the YouTube side of things, those are honestly some of my best performing videos. You know, outside of really short form content. And there are like, there's quite a few games that I've played through and not really done full-blown focused reviews of. Like, if I did a Let's Play series on it, I usually kind of gave some closing thoughts after wrapping up the game. But that's not quite the same as like a full-on focused review. So might kinda, when I'm not so much doing Kingdom Hearts side questing, might kind of go back and forth between this game here and doing some of those reviews. And if I happen to add on any other streams for the summer, it might be the same kind of idea, except I go between Relicta and reviews. So Relict is that one puzzle game that it's somewhat like Portal in that it's, 3D puzzle game that involves some affecting objects and or the environment. That's a lot of stuff that I missed. And it's like way up high too. Nope, not what I wanted. And that's the longest extension I have for this, so... either I gotta do it like this, which is probably not very efficient, or I gotta just move the scaffolding to this side. Kind of a bummer that I can't seem to rotate the scaffolding, though. Don't remember it. Watch that many streams. The games have to be really memorable or something I played for me to remember it. So the deal with Relicta is that the puzzles are generally based around manipulating gravity and its effects on particular cube objects. And then, the cube things will, like, trigger various devices and, like, barrier things to let you get through to other parts of the game, or even just the level, as it might be. It's one that I don't think I would want to do, like, a primary recorded playthrough of, partially due to, seemingly unnecessary, in my opinion, foul language. But then again, I have played through the Borderlands games on my channel, so, that's maybe not something that I should consider a really big deal. I don't know. Really wish I could rotate this scaffolding. But there doesn't seem to be a method of doing... Oh, wait, yes there is. Haha. I just have to use the bumpers. Okay then. All the way up to the top here. I might be able to use the shorter extension on this. But anyway, yeah, so I'm also tossing around the idea of, at least over the summer, adding in some, like, Thursday morning live streams, because I think that'd be the next best time for me. Would be, right between my other two regular stream times in terms of which day of the week. And there's a little bit of something I might be wanting to do those evenings, though, so that's why I'm thinking Thursday mornings. And if I do add a Thursday morning stream over the summer, Relicta will probably be the fallback game. Kind of like it was last summer, except I think I did those streams on Wednesdays. Yeah, because there's like a 5 or 6 hour time difference between us. So yeah, by the time I would even be awake in the morning, it would already be afternoon for you, probably. I mean, my time zone is literally GMT -5. Or, yeah, -5. +5 is the other direction. But I'm still not 100% sure that I'm going to be doing those streams. Maybe for now I'll just go back and forth between, or like, do kind of a 3-idea rotation on Saturdays and go between this game, Relicta, and reviews. I don't know. Okay, you're on GMT. So yeah, that would put you at 5 hours later than me. So yeah, definitely by the time I would start a stream, it would be afternoon for you if I did mine in the morning. But I think before I fully dive into that possibility, probably want to, settle back into my normal routine of things. I'm just saying that's a possibility, primarily because there's some stuff that I normally do during, well, basically during the school year that isn't so much happening over the summer. That means I have more time at my disposal to do my work stuff, do editing, and other things like that that would typically then combine with the other things that I have to actually go places to do. Things that would keep me from doing more streams. Because let me tell you, I would really like, or at least I think I like the idea of being a full-time streamer, but right now, that is not feasible for me to, do that and make a living off of it. Okay, I guess I'll turn the scaffolding kind of like, whoa. Okay, yeah, I think it's parallel with that side of the building now. So I'll place it there. Back up to the top I go. Although, this might be the last thing that I need to clean. So, hang on a sec. I'll get some stuff down low here first. This is the one part of this where I'm going to go bottom to top. I've done everything else top to bottom, but just to potentially save myself from needing to come back down. Although, wall bases... What wall base haven't I done? That looks That says wall frame. What wall base have I not done? I would figure that's somewhere around this building then. Ah! See, now I'm trying to be real smart about this so I don't have to go back down. Doorsteps. What is that? Looking around the building. Okay, this might sound like a dumb question right now, but what even is a doorstep? It's not a word that's really used all that often, honestly. I wouldn't think it'd be around here, because that's just a frame. I mean, that's a sort of door, but that's a garage door. Door. Okay, that's a doorstep. Makes sense. So which one am I missing? That one I don't think had a doorstep. Nope. Doorstep? Clean. Doorstep here. Clean. Which one am I missing? Yeah. It specifically says 3 out of 4. Unless there's another door around it. No? Is there one up higher? Ah, maybe it's this one. Yeah, okay. When houses are built on slightly uneven ground, they have to raise the floor a little to even it out and make sure the floor is flat. Oh, yeah. So, little quirk of my apartment here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, debatably 5 different little steps throughout the apartment area, especially if you include outside. Because it's like, I have to, if I'm outside, I have to step up to get to the entry door. And then from that level, see, then there's this level, which is slightly lower, but not as low as the exterior. So, you got exterior, this level, entry door level. And then you've got the level that's like the kitchen and the bathroom. And then debatably even another step up further beyond that, specifically for the toilet. Okay, drill tower is the main thing that I've been working on. Tower wall frames, walls, window sills. Okay, I think I'll be able to get all that stuff from the scaffolding. Which changed ads so they aren't as intrusive and don't cover the stream screen. I know there's I mean, I know there's a couple of different, like, kinds of Twitch ads that can show up. Some of them are a little more like, hey, let's cover the entire screen and then, like, relegate the streamer to a tiny little window in the corner. A little bar between stream and chat. Yeah, I've seen some like that in other people's streams. Also seen some where it's like a similar kind of deal, but it's a bar at the bottom. I think those are like additional ads that Twitch will show that like don't count as the full-on ad breaks that I could like control or anything like that. Okay, I think I've gotten about as much as I reasonably can before putting the scaffold in here. I guess that will do. Probably different for me on PC. Gotcha. On iPad, I appreciate it not being so intrusive. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose it would look a little different on mobile. I pretty much only ever watch people's streams on the website on my PC. I'm starting to wonder if I should have put this, or if I should have at least tried to put the scaffolding back a little bit further here. Although I don't know if it would have let that corner go anymore, so, eh. Anyway. Windowsill. Doggone it. Wait, maybe that's something I need to hit down low. Yeah, okay. Good, good, good. Now just ledges, wall frames, and... How are there 3 walls that I still have to get, though? Darn it. Because this is only 2 walls. Wall frames, I assume, would be like that one and that one. Ledges, I assume, would be up there. But what's the 3rd wall that I would be missing here? Oh. Okay, maybe it's just that little tiny bit all the way up at the top there. Although, the side doesn't work like that, does it? Okay. So... that wall, it says, is clean. That one's clean, that one's clean, that one's clean. Let me just have a look-see here. Clean, 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 clean. Is it the interior that I'm missing one? Well, if so, then I can just go back down the inside from the top of the building. And that way I still don't have to climb back down the scaffolding. Because that's what I'm trying to avoid right now. Oof, that's a lot of dirt. Talking about GTA a little while. I personally have not played it. Closest thing to GTA I've played is probably Saints Row. I think I specifically played, might have been 3 and 4. I don't know. There are 2 Saints Row games that are not the recent remake, and definitely were not the first one. Love Saints Row 3 and 4. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. One of those two, I think it was number 3, had all the stuff with, like, having kind of special powers and, like, there might have been some aliens and stuff involved. 4 has both Johnny Gat and Genki Bowl. You see, now Genki Bowl sounds familiar. Maybe I've played 4. Okay. Game was like kind of glitching out for a sec there and not letting me move further up. So 4 is the one that's got like the extra crazy powers where you can just like launch yourself and practically fly all over the place and okay. Because I definitely remember playing that. Yeah. And I distinctly remember doing Genki Bowl. So yeah. Almost definitely played 4 then. Little less certain about any of the others. But yeah, still actually have not played any GTA games. It literally starts with the Saints fighting terrorists, becoming president, Earth getting invaded. Oh yeah, that all sounds familiar to me. And it's just this over-the-top, ridiculous, like, to put it bluntly, like, Independence Day on steroids kind of situation. With some extra comedic flair thrown in, because it's Saints Row. Yeah, what stuff am I missing here? Just gotta get the walls. Oh, that counts as one, too. Alright, hang on. Extension, maybe, will help? Okay, there's that one done. Even though there was definitely still plenty of dirt on it. Saints Row 3 made me angry because they killed off Johnny Gat. But I forgave them because he survived and is alive again. So I guess, was it in between 3 and 4 that they had him, like, basically in hell? Nope. Okay, come on. Gotta get these sides clean. Makes me wonder if there might have been some stuff that I missed on the other side of that wall. Oh, yeah. Lots of stuff that I missed there. There we go. Job complete. Yay. All of almost 3 hours later. Oh, man. So, yeah, Zinyak abducted him just before he appeared to die in Saints Row 3. He was in this 2D video game version of the day that his true love, Aisha, was brutally murdered in front of him back in Saints Row 2 for about 5 years. Yeah, and I definitely remember there being, like, simulation-y kind of stuff. So maybe I didn't play 3. Maybe it was just 4. Anyway, okay. Clean Grandpa Miller's car. He was forced to relive that over and over again. Second Aisha was killed, he had to start over, fighting back to her. Kind of a, like, Groundhog Day type of thing. Oh, man. Alright. I'm going to try and time a break for myself with the next ad break that comes up. And, see about getting myself a little snackage or something. I find the odd streaky line where Bert tried to clean it with his power washer. Dribble washer, more like. Anyway. And that was his torture. All of them were trapped in a Groundhog Day simulation loop of their worst nightmare. Jimmy, that's right. I used to race these beasts all over. Oh, you know what? I should have checked to see if I could buy anything before really getting into this. Yeah, that extension doesn't seem to be doing it. Gonna do if I also crouch down. Long extension and crouching down. That seems kind of pointless. So, alright, fine. We'll do it this way. Yeah, there we go. Get that rust off of there. I don't know how exactly washing like this is able to get rust off. Maybe that's just some video game logic coming into play. There is the option to use, like, specific chemicals and stuff to make the cleaning easier. But those cost money. And I don't want to use money on things like that. I want to use money on, like, permanent upgrades. Oh, it just counts that as part of the car in general. Well then, okay. I'll keep moving along here. You know, come to think of it, on the whole, I'm not sure I could honestly say there are a ton of open world games in the way that, like, GTA and such are open world that I've played. Although, I don't know. perhaps I should retract that statement before I go too far with it, because, I mean, I played Saints Row 4, apparently. I played at least one of the Watch Dogs games. Played, I'm not sure how much, like, Deus Ex Human Revolution would count, but I played that. GTA 5 is open world, yeah. For sure. Trying to think. I've also played one or two open world racing games, believe it or not. Like, coming to my mind specifically would be Forza Horizon 2, and then I want to say Burnout Paradise. Fully open world, it's the only one in this series not to restrict map access at all. Okay, you see, I guess I would tend to kind of think of the others as open world. I guess it's just that maybe they're not as immediately open world. Alright, whoever is asking me to wash this car isn't being particularly patient about it. Seems like there's a lot of just, like, serious gunk on this thing. It really does not want to come out. Okay. Let's pop the extension on there. See if that helps. Not really. Great. Fully open world games only count if you have full access to the entire map upon completion of the tutorial. Fair enough. Then I guess a fair number of games that I would have considered to be open world actually kind of aren't. Eventual open world, after all story stuff is complete, isn't really open world. It's just you unlock the... It's... I don't know. See, just because a game's open world doesn't necessarily mean that, like, it's advisable to go just anywhere right off the bat, though. Like with, you know, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Yes, you can technically go wherever right off the bat, but, not necessarily a great idea. Same kind of thing with Skyrim. Yeah, I guess that immediate openness is something a lot of people like about GTA 5 in particular. Skyrim level scales with you. Only place not advisable to golf. That is Solstheim. Yeah. Alright, so now I'm trying to think of other games that, like, are technically open world right off the bat. I guess that takes at least the first Assassin's Creed game off the list, because there's definitely a certain area that it expects you to go at first. Like, there... I think it even forces you to go to Damascus first for the first assassination mission, and then it gives you the other two as options. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, I'm already somewhat familiar with how much time that you put into Skyrim. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but not advisable. Definitely a case of you can, but doesn't mean you should. But, like, I think Watch Dogs fits into actually being open. And I'm pretty sure there are other Assassin's Creed games that probably are, but definitely not the first one. I think Syndicate might have actually been pretty open from the get-go. Still maybe not completely advisable, but anyway. Okay, I got a light, clean. I guess technically it would probably suggest that I use this. The swirling is supposed to get more stuff quicker. Alright, here in just about a minute, I'm going to take a quick little break. Go get myself a snack to hopefully not make my throat feel, I don't know. My throat's not terrible, but it's not the best at the moment. The most recent Legends of Zeldas are fully open world. Yeah. I have not played those, however. I was trying to think of ones that I have played. Yes, those are definitely open. A little bit quit early on. Other than GTA 5 and Skyrim, I don't enjoy open world games. Oh yeah, I tend not to go anywhere near completionist in open world games, but still usually kind of try and go through the basic story of them anyway. Maybe do some side content here and there. Okay. Ad break coming in. I will be back in a bit. Okay. I'm back. The Pop-Tart pack that I grabbed, it's going to be quite the exercise in attempting to not make a mess. Because, yeah. This particular pack was one that I actually brought with me from my parents' house as, like, you know, backup food option for travel in case my flight got delayed or anything like that. And I guess between the heat of, you know, being in a bag that was not actually in the plane, but like got checked at the gate, and just jostling around a little bit and that kind of stuff, it's kind of crumbled it up into a bunch of tiny little pieces that are still technically together right now, but very delicately so. Hey. very slow bit of progress that I'm making with all this, but I'm still gonna be a little stubborn and not use the, like, solution. Car doors, windows. There's a window that's not clean yet? Also, I like how some of it's just car. No, really. Like, the car isn't just an entire unit. Okay, so those doors are clean. This door has just a little bit of dirt still left. Okay. There we go, job complete. Got one more vehicle that I'm probably going to try and do in this stream, and I'm thinking that might be it. Might also make a little bit of progress on one of the, like, bonus things as well. Fire truck! Oh, wait, but first, let me check the shop. See if I can... New items in the power washers, eh? Sweet! I could buy this one, which is better at everything except oily stuff and stubborn. I guess that'd be like stubborn, I don't know, grease or whatever. Okay, and for the equipment, we'll buy the turbo nozzle and the short extension and the long extension. No soap nozzle for it yet. I can't quite afford that. But that is okay. So, now we will clean the fire truck. Presumably with, you know, fancy new equipment. How are those streaming projects you do with other people going? I mean, so the D&D type stream thing is still on hold for now. It might pick back up soon. I'm not totally sure on that. Last I knew, there was some artwork being done for it. Okay, hold up. I need to change this stuff, I think. Yeah, okay. Nozzle's fine. No cleaner attached. Fine by me. And most of the other projects I do aren't so much streaming projects. Although if you're like talking about the class that I was doing or whatever, that's done now. That was part of the reason that the D&D type thing was put on hold. Because one of the participants of the D&D thing was teaching the class, and then, you know, I was also a student in said class. But yeah, other projects aren't so much streaming as it is just like general video content stuff, like the Same Spirit Gaming collab channel. There were a couple of videos for the channel recorded while I was away, but those have yet to be released, so I'm not going to say too much about them. And I think we're also planning to do another, like, have another recording session with multiple different guests featuring in the same videos. I think that's about it for other projects that I would really say I'm involved with. Well, that I am or have been involved with. Okay, I'm still gonna have to... Well, okay, maybe I just need to get a little bit closer to get some of this more stubborn stuff off the ladder. Yeah, I bet you I would have had to go to the, like, 0-degree nozzle with the previous power washer. And then there's that stuff. All these tiny little cracks and crevices that are easy to miss. We're not doing... I mean, Samus was also involved in the D&D type thing. Otherwise, I don't think I was doing anything specifically with Samus. But, I mean, honestly, she and basically everybody else that was involved in the whole Shards of Atlantis D&D type thing, they're all actually part of a, like, stream ministry team group thing. I would definitely be open to doing more stuff with any of those people, but as of yet, that has not happened. Actually, that makes me wonder if any of them would want to join in on a Same Spirit Gaming recording session. And to be honest, I've kind of had some thoughts. So, like, since completing the one content course thing, They said I am now eligible to possibly join that team. That includes Samus and them. I know Samus pretty well. We hang out a fair bit in Jade's streams. So yeah, now there's also the possibility of joining that team to consider, which I'm not entirely set on. I'm not even 100% sure, like, what my role would be if I joined. Although I do have something in mind that would, you know, but it would also lean a bit more towards, like, my own goals than any of theirs in particular that I know of. But I don't know. I've definitely got some things to think about regarding streaming and content possibilities. Suggest a little bit of advice. As long as we're clear that I am in no way obligated to take the advice. Sorry, Al, were you waiting for an okay from me, or maybe it's just a long comment? Considering what I want to do, wouldn't it be a good idea to accept a place on the team, get your foot in the door, build up your following, and then way in the future, ready to build your own? That is a valid thought for sure. And I've even had some communication with them where it's like, there are some similarities between some goals of ours. Like, you know, really big picture, long-term goal of mine, I wanted to have something kind of like almost like a 24/7, you know, stream team, you could say, that could kind of doubly serve as a place, you know, people can go whenever they've got, like, questions or struggles or anything that they just want to talk about, and could know that there's somebody there and available. Now, there's a similar goal that has been communicated by that team, specifically Christian Ninja, who is, like, kind of the front man of the team, so to speak. His idea is less focused on, like, you know, availability for questions and stuff like that, and more so just, like, almost radio station-like, where, yeah, somebody's always there doing stuff, and I'm sure, for the most part, they would be available and want to, you know, answer people's questions as they might come in. But it's just, I guess the focus is a little different. So, really, a place where I'm thinking I would possibly fit into the team and that effort, really, both of our efforts, would be just in the realm of, like, I don't know, research slash communication, connection, I don't know what exactly you want to call it, but basically hitting up other streamers that aren't already part of the team to be like, hey, what do you think about, you know, joining in this kind of an effort? Or even just showing support for other Christian streamers so that maybe they would then consider such things. I don't know. That's, I guess, in a way where my current thought process is on that. So, yeah, I mean, you're not exactly wrong in your suggestion there, Owl. But again, like that class ended literally the Saturday before I took my trip, and I just got back from my trip on Wednesday. So, I guess maybe now that I'm kind of getting settled back into things, I'm more in a headspace to think about, process, and approach such ideas. Okay. Taking note of the, you know, British naming convention there. Calling that a windscreen and those windscreen wipers, whereas Americans would generally call it a windshield. Same idea. This is looking like a lot of rust stuff, which means I'm probably going to want to use this sort of nozzle. Hit it with a little extra, well, I would say firepower, but that doesn't seem like the right word to say when you're using water. Hit it with a stronger jet. Yeah, that counts as part of the bumper. What am I missing on the grill? Also, I really wish I could kind of just hold down the right D-pad button there. Then I wouldn't have to keep pressing it over and over again to see all the dirt that's there. Alright. I'm kind of thinking after I get this truck cleaned, well, could do a little more work on one of the bonus jobs, and then wait for all that to... Wait until I've done a fair amount of that before I completely wrap up the stream. It gives great opportunity to get comfortable with the whole team vibe. The minute it's just your eventual goal, you'll have more people. It's like, yeah, again, really kind of can't argue too strongly against the reasoning there, Al. But anyway, oh yeah, so Al, you weren't here early on. You probably missed some of the stuff I was talking about. But I guess some of it's just kind of general things I'm looking forward to a little bit. Like, I went and bought some posters to put on the wall behind me, so it's not just, you know, boring blank. Yeah, not just a boring blank wall back there. Those should be coming in on Wednesday. I bought 4 different posters, a couple of, like, Bible-related ones, and then one that was specifically Kingdom Hearts, and another that's, like, just a... I think it was, like, the periodic table of, like, video game weapons with specific references to things from, like, shoot, I'm trying to remember. There were a bunch of different games that specifically made reference to with all that. Plus, ooh, yeah. So, in addition to that, as a gift, I got a couple of things from my, not my little sister, but the next youngest one, kind of as an early birthday present. So she was at, like, a fan convention thing, and she stood in line for, like, 2 hours to get a shirt and a little, like, about this big, I'd say, mini poster type thing, signed by the current voice actor for Sonic the Hedgehog, and gifted those to me. As much as I tried to express my appreciation, I feel like I still came up short a little bit. That, like, might be the most out of their way anyone has gone to get a gift for me thus far. So yeah, that little Sonic mini poster, I think I'm also going to try and put on the wall here behind me. The shirt, however, I am going to just keep tucked away, not to be worn. Because I do not want to wear it and, like, get it dirty or anything of the sort. Not gonna do a thing to that to potentially, like, wear out the signature on it. And, apparently she was so excited to get me that stuff that, like, literally the day after I got in from my flight, which, by the way, I got in very late that day, but literally the next day, she, like, couldn't wait to get me that stuff. Well, at least waited long enough for there to be somebody else to witness it, besides just me and her. A lot of hard scrubbing stuff to get here. Oh, also. A little bit of that there. My birthday is on the 29th. So, near the end of the month, but since I was already up there visiting and she had the gift ready to go for me, seemed like a good enough time. Okay, speaking of grandmothers, not to make light of what you just said, but I also tend to get my one sister's birthday mixed up with my late grandmother's. Because they were only like 4 days apart, you know, on the calendar. Of course, many multiple years apart, but one of them is like January 20th and the other was January 24th. And I always have the darndest time remembering which one was which. And thanks to Facebook for always reminding me. Oh, and it's the same sister that gifted me the signed Sonic stuff. So, feel a little extra bad now having a hard time remembering. Because it's not like I have any more of a reason to forget when her birthday is than she does mine. Because, you know, oldest sister and I, our birthdays are only 4 days apart. So, like, I don't know. That's one of those things that's purely on me. I'll be real. But of course, you know, if I get the birthday gift that early, the actual date of my birthday doesn't even necessarily need to be remembered. Remember her birthday because for the last 10 years of her life, I specifically went out of my way to forget it. I know it's not bad. Trust me, there's good reason. A lot of baggage to unpack, but I'm sorry that things were like that, but also understand that sometimes things are like that, and definitely not gonna judge for somebody, you know, responding in such ways to things being like that. Alright, maybe I should break out the stool or the ladder to actually help me get some of these steps here. Really? Where did it put the ladder? I was nowhere near that side. Why did you put it there? Okay, seems like I've actually gotten the top of these steps pretty well. Birthday's the 14th of July. There's actually a fair number of, like, significant family-related days in the summer for my family. I mean, so... starting with June 25th, you got my older sister's birthday. Literally the day after is her and her husband's anniversary. Then you got June 29th is my birthday. And then July 2nd is my dad's and my one cousin's birthday. So yeah, like, within a week and a half to 2 week span, there's a whole bunch of things going on for my family. And then apparently your birthday is not too long after. Fog lights. Might have to just get up on there to get the last bit of cleaning for those fog lights. Is that? Emergency lights. Which ones are the fog lights? Okay, well, it says this stuff is dirty here, so... boom, boom, okay. And now handles. Okay. I think I will also, well, after I finish this, kind of remove my webcam a little bit. I have not been partaking of the snack that I obtained, partially because it is extremely messy. I really kind of don't want to show me fumbling around with that on camera. Same for mine. Family members I mentioned a while back, their birthdays are all around late June, July, and early August. They most of the time on purpose forget mine, but expect me to always remember theirs. My mom calls them out on it after my birthday. They literally say, "Oh, that time of year again." As if it's far removed from theirs. Yeah, that... People not being great people, especially to family, always kind of, I don't know. Like, I don't think I could ever understand that. Okay, it says there's a handle that I haven't cleaned, but I've pretty much been looking at all the handles. So which one's still dirty? That handle's clean. It's not even showing me anything. Doesn't appear to be this handle. It literally lands in the middle of birthday summer. Literally about a week minimum in between my birthday and theirs in both directions. But yeah. My sympathies to you for having to deal with that kind of dynamic. Okay, maybe it's one of these handles. Why does that one not come up handle? Shows that one's clean. Shows that one's clean. What in the world? Where is the dirt? I'm going to just, like, spray down everything handle-like that I see now, in hopes that eventually I will find the right spot on the right one. Because this seems kind of ridiculous. Once we're done with them, one day I hope to just move to a new town. Seems like there's another guy I've been acquainted with lately who, might need to do something like that with some of his friends, or maybe former friends, I should say. What handle am I missing? I don't get it. Okay, maybe if I deselect and then reselect that, because it's supposed to, like, show which... Oh. It was there. Oh, man. I spent way too long looking around that thing. Okay. Done with that. Oh, there is another vehicle. A recreational vehicle. Alright, fine. I think this will be the last one I do for the stream. And, like I said, gonna remove the webcam for a bit while I, partake in messy snackage. It's still the usual Pop-Tart kind of thing. It's just this one got really crumbly in transit as I was, you know, coming back here from Pennsylvania. Of course, it's a little hard for me to control this really at all and still get a bite of the snack, so I'd have to be just like, okay, pause for a couple seconds, grab a piece, and then eat. And Al, I know you don't mind that, but just in case anybody else watching does. I mean, Twitch says you're not the only viewer. So, some of this stuff that apparently was graffiti, I wasn't even 100% sure that it was graffiti. It looked decently well done to the point where I was like, is Is that graffiti, or is that actually part of the design of the RV, just to add a little character to it? Bunch of stuff on here that seems like either like ash or sand. Okay, I don't know why, but something about this particular kind of Pop-Tart doesn't taste quite as good when consumed in smaller pieces, like I'm currently doing. But, like, it's just a crumbly mess, so I kind of can't help but end up eating it in little pieces. Positive note, we're really looking forward to the birthday. We're going to have a tea party again this year. Last year we had a guest that kind of dampened the mood a bit. This year it's just you. So, your mom at least seems like someone in the family who actually cares, which is nice. And yeah, hopefully better off having a tea party just with, you know, people who are actually going to be considerate. Can't say I've ever personally had a tea party myself, but, you know, that's just my personality. I also don't drink much tea in general, so it wouldn't really make much sense for me to have one. That's nice that you got something to look forward to. Alright, what on this vent thing here is dirty? I don't even see any dirt showing up. Oh, of course. There we go. I had to crouch down to get to it. Really? Why will the stool not go there? It makes no sense. There's plenty of room. Oh well. Won't repeat the jokes, just say they were very double entendre. Didn't go. He did stop eventually, but could have done without that while trying to enjoy the playlist I had put together, the tea and the food. Last year, the main present from Mom was a tea set that really wanted. So, should I assume that this tea set you were gifted last year is what you will be using for the tea party this year? I mean, I'm pretty sure I would if I were in a position like that. The only reason I would think not to would be, you know, that it would be a reminder of the guy who wasn't such a great guest. Definitely using... Oh, you used that one last year. Wanted it as a special occasion tea set sort of thing. Or maybe if not last year, then during some other sort of occasion, I guess. Oh, jeez. The underside is just a whole different endeavor on this thing, it looks like. Okay, might need to blast a bunch of this stuff away with some higher powered water jets. Great, opening my present so I can see it in the box. And took it to the kitchen, set the table up with it. Got to see it packaged, opened, and in use. All in a short time frame. Yeah, I think that was me with any video game consoles that we ever got when I was growing up. Well, I'm trying to remember if the Nintendo 64 we got was actually like a gift, or if that was a like sister and I pulled some money together and got it ourselves sort of thing. Bumper really needs some work. A bunch of little details that it seems like I'm missing. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get the bulk of the dirt off of stuff first. Then I can go back around and fix the little bits of things later. I was like, wait, what is stopping me? There's a bush. This thing is so dirty. Then again, like, everything in this game is. You know what I find annoying about the ladder in this game? Once you pick it up and place it somewhere, you literally cannot just set it back down on the ground. It won't let you. At least, anytime that I've tried it. I'm always like, but I got it from the ground. Why can't I put it back on the ground? Okay, now it seems like practically everything left is some kind of rust. Also, done snacking for now. I'll probably just wait until the stream's over to have the rest. Looks like Sente is live playing Kingdom Hearts, you say? Definitely a raid option to consider. I'm not going to guarantee that I'll pick him. Might be other people to consider. I mean, while it's nice to kind of sort of have streamer friends, I also, I guess, partially because of my, you know, some of my long-term goals, I would also like to, you know, raid and help support multiple people, like, all different kinds of people now and then. He's playing Birth by Sleep at the moment. Yeah, I think I rated him a couple of weeks ago, and that's what he was playing. Alright. Well, the tire, I guess I didn't necessarily need to use the jet option for, but oh well. How is the tire not clean yet? What is the deal? There we go. Okay, there we go. I was wondering when it would finally say that the mirror was done. And I just realized, even if I had an idea of wanting to use, like, soap stuff to clean this, I would have to, like, revert to a previous, you know, model of Power Washer, and then get the soap nozzle and the particular cleaner and use that. Dang. Felt like my foot was a little, or my leg was a little itchy for a sec there. Okay, there we go. Indicator light thingy is clean. There's still a bunch of stuff to get here on the field, though. Do I really need to... Or can I just get up closer to it and use this? That would be greatly preferred if I could do it this way. Doesn't look like it's doing much better, though. This is quite the slog trying to get all these little bits of rust here. Okay. I mean, this nozzle still kind of works. This is just a lot of stubborn rust or dirt, gunk of some sort. Right, you know what? Maybe I'll try this one. I haven't always been the biggest fan of the, like, spinny nozzle thing. It claims to get more, but really, if you're moving fast enough, it also misses more. I'm like finding myself moving to slightly different parts of the vehicle just to not get bored with any one of them. Hey, wow, you're back-ish. Welcome back-ish. I assume back-ish meaning like you were just lurking for a while or something, or maybe, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay, grill is done. It's really nice at this point in cleaning something when you get enough that it just kind of says, okay, you're done. With, like, that particular section. Because, man, is this tedious. What am I missing on the bumper? Just little tiny bits of stuff along here. Okay, maybe I should switch to this one now. Because it seems like all little tiny things that I could barely even focus on. Unless... Is it like... kind of sort of the underside of the bumper that's the issue? Or like the side of it maybe? Oh yeah, that's what it is. Okay. That makes more sense. I'm not sure I said anything about getting tired, but, alright, well, Hydrate Redemption from Owl. Here we go. Alright. That one's for you. Okay, I guess the bumper's clean now. Ah. Request for a personal fact from YWows. Or YWows requested a personal fact from me, more accurately. Yeah, story time. What shall I say? Of course, there was a bunch of stuff that was mentioned earlier in the stream, but I'll try and mention something else. Let's see here. Okay. So, fun little fact about me that I might not have said before. I believe it was in 7th and maybe 8th grade. I was, you know, in my school spelling bee. So, for the middle school that I was in, I think in the individual schools competition, I got like first or second place, definitely top 3. So then there was, you know, one between ours and the competing middle school from the same district. And that was when I wound up not doing quite so well. Long story short, I wound up getting out of that particular spelling bee on the word alibi. I tried to spell it with a Y at the end instead of another I. But, yeah, there you go. There's the story of me losing a spelling bee on the word alibi. Now, I when I say losing, I mean, I don't think I was, like, the first one out of it, but I definitely did not make it all that close to the end either in that round. Why is it still telling me there's dirt on the windscreen there when anyway. So anyway, that was your random personal fact. That's what I haven't gotten. Okay. Better. Much better. Yeah, for the random personal fact redemption, I am probably going to try and keep it to things more like that are just kind of random, lighthearted, little bit of a story to go with it kind of deals. So many tiny little bits of things to get. Oh, Owl is also joining in the sharing of personal facts. Alright. What have you to share with us, Owl? I don't think I've fully cleaned everything on that one indicator light up there. Okay. Indicator light is clean. Learned how to spell the word difficulty by watching the Matilda movie. One Danny DeVito directed and starring. Huh. Yeah, my learning of how to spell alibi was just from getting it wrong in a spelling bee and then going back and looking at it. Which, by the way, follow-up bit of info that's a bit less personal, but I guess I can't guarantee that this is the case all the time, but at least the spelling bees that I was in, like, there's a specific word list that they give you to study before the spelling bee. Although I guess if they go through all those words, they might just start using other words that weren't on the list. But, like, I think most of the words that they pull from are supposed to be from the list that they give you to study. I don't remember having spelling bee in my schools, says YWows. I'm sorry, okay, that... Now, first off, confession, I have not seen that particular Matilda movie. The way that that's, like, spread out and just the rhythm of it makes it sound almost like it was designed as some sort of, like, a cheer sort of thing. Hey. Mrs. D, Mrs. I, Mrs. FFI, Mrs. C, Mrs. U, Mrs. LTY. That's what I think of. I literally think of, like, cheerleaders doing that. Now, most of the regular spelling tests that we had in school I did quite well on. But there have also been a few times in my adult life when a particular word has come up and we were unsure of the spelling, or at least people in general were unsure of the spelling. I'd take a stab at it without knowing for sure and end up getting it right. Even kind of some more ridiculous or obscure words like, not too long ago there was a discussion over the word cattywampus and how that's spelled. Anyway, also, Miss Honey was trying to make learning fun for kids. When the school was structured to be desolate under the tyranny of Miss Trunchbull, she taught them spelling through poems. I mean, and for the most part, what is a cheer but a poem just said very excitedly? Okay, the undercarriage seems to be done. Now working on the exhaust. Okay, exhaust is done. Okay, what am I still missing on the spare wheel and the rear body? Like, so many just tiny little details. This does not seem like it's being particularly... Okay, rear body is done. What am I missing on the spare wheel? Okay. Oh, man. Oh yeah, by the way, random stream related thing, especially audio related, because I know I had some fairly recent audio issues. Maybe it's just sometimes that updates to my computer will change the audio settings, because while I was gone on my trip, I literally unplugged my computer, like the tower, the monitor, everything. Unplugged all of it. Plugged it back in when I got back. No sound settings were changed. Microphone was still at 100% volume. So why in the world do the updates sometimes push it back to like 85 or something? I will never understand that. Anyway. Remember one teacher tried to use a dad joke to get the science kids to remember terms. Went something like, what did the cell say when their sister stepped on their toe and made... For mitosis. Yeah. Even if it's debatably cringy, I would still rather have a fun teacher than a strict one. Oh man, if I would remember it, if I could easily remember it for next time, I definitely have, like, another personal fact that your joke reference there just reminded me of. Okay, what am I still missing? Oh, bunch of stuff on this side. Definitely wish I had fun teachers. Mine were more... Oh, okay. So now Owl is redeeming the random personal fact. Okay, so... somewhat connected with the whole getting a toe stepped on, although in my case it wasn't a toe, it was a hand. When I was fairly little, definitely single digits, some friends and I were just hanging around in the yard, and the yard had these, like... yeah, true. I basically teased it, so I really only have myself to blame. Anyway, so, kind of little in the yard, and our front yard, at least, at the time, had these, like, kind of stone slabs around the edge of it. Basically kind of helped separate the yard from the otherwise, like, gravel that might have been on the side of the road a little bit. So anyway, we were hanging around. I was laying down, had my hand on one of the stone slabs, and these were like kind of round pieces of stone, but anyway, or they were like cylindrical, I guess. But anyway, had my hand on one of the stones. Friend of mine goes to get up, steps on my hand. You know what? Let me, for making the visual a bit clearer. Hand is on stone slab. Friend steps on my hand on the stone slab. Obviously, I'm like, ow, that hurts. Didn't really end up getting any more out before then friend decides to not lift his foot up. No. He took his foot and went and just like slid it off of my hand, making this fingernail, or maybe it was this one, I don't know. It was the pointer finger on one of my hands. Scraped that to no end and actually like pulled the nail out of the, you know, like nail bed there halfway. So like the base of it was like up here. So, yes, ouch. Also definitely had to get a bandage for that shortly thereafter. And then for a while the nail just kind of kept hanging on for a while. And didn't really ever fully come off of my hand until some random day when I was at a elementary school basketball game, playing in the game, mind you, and, you know, as I play, at some point, ball kind of hits my hand a little bit in a certain way and, like, kind of breaks, for lack of a better word, the rest of the nail off. But, you know, other nail had started growing in its place, so yeah, that's... There's the story of one of my best friends basically scraping off one of my fingernails. Thus concludes another random personal fact. Okay, we got the rest of the left body that needs to be cleaned. We got bumpers, and we got hubcaps. I'm pretty sure some of the stuff that I need to get for the left side is sort of along the top here. I thought I would be able to get it a little more easily from this angle. Not as much the case as I thought. So many tiny little, basically not even visible bits of dirt all over the place. like, okay, yeah, some of this stuff is visible a little bit, but there's some of these tiny little specks that it's just like, are you kidding me? How am I supposed to be able to see that? Alrighty. Hubcaps. That's the bumper. I mean, still apparently have some of the bumper here to clean, though. What have I missed? What is left on the bumper? A little bit on the underside of it, it seems. Come on. Where else is there dirt on the bumper? It's like hiding right here in the corner. Possibly both corners. There we go. Okay. Bumper's done. Hubcap. What hubcap? Hubcap. 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 There we go. Okay. RV has been cleaned. And then you get to watch the fast-forward version of it being cleaned. Okay. Those are both very, well, much larger tasks than the vehicles that I was just working on. Real quick, before I completely call it done for the stream, I want to make sure I buy the soap nozzle here, so I wouldn't necessarily have to switch power washing devices next time. And there's still one other level of power washer that I have yet to acquire, but I need more stars for that. In fact, I need 25 more stars for that. Let me just make sure. Cleaning liquids, I could buy more of them, but I also have some of each already. So, And then the rest of the stuff is just cosmetic. I really don't care. Alright, so, yeah. I think that will do it for the stream. So, hope y'all enjoyed. I don't think I'm necessarily going to come back with PowerWash Simulator next week. I might do some of those game reviews that I was talking about, and/or switch over to Relicta. Tuesday's still going to be the same as normal, so that'll still be, you know, Bible study and basically let's play recording session. Oh man, it's been 2 weeks. Hopefully I'm not rusty on Chain of Memories for that. But anywho. Okay day. Otherwise, yeah. Feel free to look up other social medias and whatnot. Oh yeah, I've got the Discord server too. If you want to, Owl, I know you're already on there, but anybody else that's viewing that might want to join the Discord, there's the link. I'll give a little bit of time for people to actually click on it and potentially join. That way you can also be on the lookout for other announcements and stuff, including potential extra summer streams. But, oh geez, I just saw the time. Yeah, I need to really get wrapping things up here. So yeah, like I said, hope you all enjoyed. Hopefully I will see y'all soon for another live stream, whatever kind it might happen to be. I'm now figuring out somebody to raid. And so let's see here. I'm like, we've got people. I mean, we've got Sente playing Kingdom Hearts. We got somebody playing Diablo 4, Overwatch 2, Mario Kart 8, Destiny, Madden. All over the place. You know what? This time around, we'll go ahead and raid Sente again. It says he hasn't been playing all that long. Maybe he had a stream interruption. Anywho, we'll get that queued up. And, yeah, that'll do it for me. So, yeah. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Whatever the case is, till next time, stay cool, everybody.
Yes, raid.
That legit gave me a heart attack. Just monster charging at me right here.